Alright, let's see if we can get this show on the road. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on what part of the world you are in. Jim 1030A, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I am working on the new 16x map, and unfortunately I could not stream this morning because the house was like complete chaos today, but finished getting the railroad tracks are in, all of the bridges are in, and the 3 train splines are in, but only one of the train crossing signals are in. So can't really do the rest of the train crossing signals until I figure out where the rest of the roads are going to go. Alright, so this is extra. I don't need that one. Just trying to delete some of the stuff I imported into the map that I'm not going to use. What I want to get in now is one traffic loop. And then I want to change up the cars that drive around the map. So I am going to close everything I don't need open. So we're going to go splines, traffic system. I'm going to create a new spline. We have to throw it into this transform group. And it has to be above the parked cars. And it's going to be spline 01, and we're going to pop it right here, and I'm going to have to, I'll be playing with my nav speed up and down all the while we're getting these splines in, but I want to get one traffic spline in and play with the vehicles that are driving around. And I always pull the end around to the start. That way I know the traffic is headed in the correct direction. Which this traffic loop should be fairly easy because we're not going up or down any of the hills. The only thing we'll have to go over are a few railroad crossings. So this particular spline should be relatively easy to put in. But again, this is very early. We're only 7 days into this build, and I've got quite a bit done already. So before I start with any of the buildings and the vehicle shops and animal dealers and all that jazz, I want to get all the traffic loops in. I want to get the train crossing signals in, and then I want to work on the map border. And then once that's done, then the fun begins. Then we can really come in here and start building. But it is a 16x multi-fruit. We have the extra animals, so we have the dogs, the donkeys, the ducks, and the goats. And it's going to be production map, heavy production. So by the time this map gets published, we'll have like a good 40 placeable factories to put on it. So nothing's there. Well, not nothing, not much at all is going to be built into this map. It's going to be mainly place your own. Taterman, good afternoon. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for taking time out of your day, stopping in and saying hello. I couldn't stream at all this morning, but I've been up since like 5:30 this morning and couldn't sleep. So I got the bridges finished. I have the 3 train splines put in, and I want to get this one traffic spline in before we put the rest of the traffic splines in, because I want to change up some of the vehicles. So we're going to change up some of the cars that are driving around, make it look a little bit different. Splines are always fun. And this one should be fairly, like I said, this one should be fairly easy. I don't like to look at the corner until I get it drug out there a little ways, because it'll always keep moving. So I like to pull a couple extra points out and then see how smooth the corner looks. And we can always come back and fiddle with it. I don't like putting a lot of points in. A lot of YouTube videos and stuff, when you watch putting splines in, they'll tell you make as many points as you can coming around the corner. And I tried that method, and I found personally that less is more. So I find out it's easier for me to put less points in than to put more points in. And again, you don't have to put a lot of points in on these long straight runs, but I like to throw one in every now and then. So this one's pretty flat. I think we only have 1 or 2 train crossings to go over, so this one's fairly easy. Is this going to be an island? No, this one is a. After we get this traffic loop in, I can go in the map in game and show you. But this one is a. Let me get a little bit of speed here. I come back to this. This is a. There's a big center. There's a mountain in the center. Then it goes down into a valley. And then there's a mountain range that goes around the outside of the map. So I'm calling it Richie Valley. And there's like probably 20 bridges, no ferries at all in this map. It's all land and bridges. So it is a 16x non-islands map with a ton of bridges. So, yep, no ferries in this map. And there's not going to be much in the way of production built into the map. It's going to be all place your own. Yeah, let me get this. Oh, sorry about that. My sinuses are just killing me today, so if I'm coughing in your ear before I can mute my mic, I do apologize. But let me get this first traffic spline in, and I can jump in game and give you a little bit better view. So I do have to jump. I want to jump into the islands map anyway because I need to pull a few vehicles out of it. But I like getting the splines in while there's nothing around me. There's no telephone poles, there's no trees, there's like nothing in my way, so I can actually see to get the splines in. Because I love the road system, so I don't plan on changing the road system. We may branch off of it, but the main road system where we're putting the splines in is not going to change. Will the factories work on the other maps also? Yes, this is going to be the same factories I'm building for the other maps that you can use on this map. But by the time this map is done, we're talking 5 or 6 months before this map is done. But by the time this map is done, we'll have about 30 or 40 factories released. And then every single one of them we'll be able to use on all the maps except for Homestead. Because Homestead is still the limited map. I want to keep that one pretty much non-production the way it is. Alright, let me get one more point in and see what this corner looks like. That corner looks pretty good. Alright, let's pull this down. I think we've got a train crossing coming up. Oh, that's very nice. I love the production maps. Yeah, I've already got. We're just starting to get the factories released for the other maps, but I already have like 6 factories made, so I like to stay about 5 or 6 factories ahead of what's being released, just so I can have a little bit of breathing room. If I need to take a couple days off, I don't have to worry about not having any factories made or ready to be released. Alright, these crossings are a pain. Alright, so what you got to do is you got to pull the point up in the air, hit page down, and then put your point in, and then just repeat. Pull it up in the air, and it'll, by pulling it up in the air and hitting page down, it puts it back on top of the surface. And then once you get back out, I just give it 1 or 2 more extras just to be sure. But that's how you go up and over the, now where these low points are, the tires are going to go in the ground a little bit, but so what you can do is you can actually back some of these points up. So let me delete that, and we'll put a couple extra points in. So what I'll do is I'll back it up, I'll pull it up, I'll go page down and insert. Now insert pushes it pretty far ahead, so I'll pull it back again, and we'll do the same thing a couple times until I get it the way I like it. It doesn't always work out perfectly, but sometimes it ends up under the damn tracks anyway. Sometimes I end up doing this like 2 or 3 times until I get it the way I like it. And then if you want to, you can come back, pull a couple points back, and then do the same thing. Pull it up, and then just go page down, and keep playing with it until you get it the way you want it. And once we get in game, we'll see how it looks going up and over the cars look coming up and over the tracks. Oop. And then don't hit the delete key when you mean to hit the insert key. Let's get this loop around. Head down to the bridge, and then where the bridge is coming across, we'll head back to Center Mountain. Yeah, back to where the bridge is. I think we've got one more train crossing. On this loop. But yeah, you're going to do some driving on this map. It's the way the roads and the rivers and the bridge is, there's no shortcuts. Alright, right hand turn coming up. Let's get around this corner. Alright, so how does this turn look? Not too bad. Not too shabby. Alright, so let's come up another railroad crossing. I hate these things. Alright, yeah, so let's bring you back. Let's go up. We'll see what it looks like in game. I can always come back and play around with it and get some more points in and make it look good. But you are not in the center of the road. Hold on. Let's get you centered. Alright, hold on. Come back here. And we're going crooked. Hold on. Let's get you back centered. That's going to look better. Alright, back to our starting point. One more curve, one more right-hand turn. Yeah, ignore the textures, ignore the, there's no textures painted in yet. There's no the terrain is just roughed in. There's no landscaping done yet. I don't even have the riverbed fixed. It's just roughed in. The only thing that's semi-done are the mountains. There's a couple adjustments here and there I want to make on the mountains yet as well. But you're going to have some really tall, really long bridges. So I don't know how many more splines we'll get done today because I'm going to spend a good bit of time playing with the traffic. And then once the traffic's the way I want it, then I can put more splines in. But I got to get cars running first. One more right-hand turn. And this loop is about in. back up to the starting point. We'll get this loop closed. Let me make sure I'm fairly lined up. We'll bring it back a little bit, throw in another point, and we'll get Control and the letter O to close the loop. I'm going to leave it visible when we go in game to take a look at it. So you'll see the lines in the road. We'll make it invisible later. Let me do a save. Let's just save and we'll jump in game real quick and make sure the traffic's going to spawn into the game properly. Hope everyone is doing well today and having a great weekend. Alright, we are saved, so let's grab FS19, unused save. So everything that you see in the map is also just temporary, and not one building's put in place yet. So even the vehicle shop where we're going to spawn into is just temporary. So I'm actually going to use a completely different vehicle shop. But we should have, oh, my traffic, I was going to say, my traffic spline's missing, but it's up here. We have 3 trains in and running. I just want to see if we have cars that are going to spawn in before I grab a truck and we start driving around. I don't see any cars. Oh, we got some cars. Okay. No, no cars? Oh yeah, we have cars. Okay. So we do have cars spawning in. So let's grab a truck. And let me grab a truck and we'll go for a ride. So like I said, again, ignore this vehicle shop, ignore everything you see pretty much except for the train tracks, the roads, and the mountains. I'm going to drive the opposite way of traffic. We'll do a complete loop. So it's essentially center mountain, and then we have the valley, and then there's the outer mountain, and then the canal that cuts through the valley. And then there's the bridges that go from mountain to mountain, and then there's a couple roads that drive down the mountain into the valley. Yeah, we're going to change up these vehicles. Farm Chick 63, good evening. I've got the 3. I couldn't stream earlier today. I don't have any of the train crossings in yet either. Yeah, see, this spline is too low. I'm going to have to come back and raise some of these splines up that go over the tracks. I want to see what these cars look like when they come over the tracks. But I got the 3 trains in and running. Don't have any of the crossing gates in yet. But I have... all the bridges are now finished. If we stand here long enough, we'll get run over by a train. But I want to see how these cars look coming up and over this crossing. Ooh. Well, I guess you're going to go over a railroad crossing. You're going to bounce a little bit. Let's see how this one looks. It is what it is. Yeah, I'm going to have to try and pull that up out of the ground a little bit. Or drop, is that, hang on, is this crossing up, are these crossings up too high? I can't tell. We're going to have to go in and play with these railroad crossings a little bit. So these cars go over them a little bit more smooth. Because that'll drive me nuts. Again, you're going to see a ton of cars because I only have one spline in. I can control what type of cars on the spline. I cannot control how many cars are on the spline. That's controlled by Giant's engine. But the more traffic splines you put in, the less traffic there is per spline. So if you only put one traffic spline in like we have now, all the traffic is going to be put on that one spline. So if we put 6 splines in, whatever traffic would normally run on one spline, the engine divides it up amongst the 6 different splines. Let's see, wait for some more cars. I better back up a little bit in case the train comes through or its truck will go flying. But I want to see what they look like coming up and over. This one's in the ground as well. Yeah, they're bouncing quite a bit. I don't remember which way the train comes either. If it's to my back, it's going to scare the crap out of me if I'm standing here. Alright, I'm not going to wait for another car. Now I got to work on the bumps. And then if you're new, there are roads that drive down into the valley. So you can get from Center Mountain to Outer Mountain by road or by bridge. And then I got the, take you over here, I'll show you the train bridges that I got in today. So we have the new train bridges coming across now as well. So I've got all those in today. So that looks pretty. See if we can climb the mountain. So the new rail bridges are in as well. But let's get back out of here. Let's work on these traffic splines a bit. Pa Plugger, hello. Thank you for stopping in. How many fields do you think? I don't even want to guess on the amount of fields that are going to be on this map. I'm not going to make gigantic fields. If you want to make gigantic fields, you're going to have to plow some smaller fields together. So we're going to have, on my 4x map, I have about 59 fields. So on the 16x map, we'll probably have close to 100 fields, if not a little bit more. Alright, so I want to, let's come over here. Let's play with these road crossings. Where's my first? I think there's only 2 on this loop. 2 or 3. Yeah, first one's here. So let's see if we can't lower my nav speed. So so you, I think I might be able to pull you down a little bit further. And that's going to make these cars go over this a little bit smoother. Now this road section here seems a little high. So let me check on this road section. And I might have to drop it a little bit. Yeah, so let's go down just a hair on that one. And see if that helps as well. So I think the cars are going to come over this one a lot smoother now. So let's go look at the next one. So let me go down on my speed. And I think, yeah, this one, let me pull this one down a little bit more. And then we can, if I can catch one of these points, perfect. So let's pull you up. A little bit more. Does this not have a collision on it? It does. Alright. Oh, year too low. That's why. That's the one that's really throwing it off. Alright. So now I think we're better on this one. Yeah, that's going to be better. So the cars will work on this one. Alright, let's give this a save. Sassy one, hello. If I didn't say hello, don't mind me. I've been up since like 4:30 this morning. I couldn't fall back to sleep, so I said the heck with it and I started working on the map. So I've been in this desk chair for almost 12 hours. Alright, so now let's come in here. Let's go to vehicles, nope, no. Maps, data, cars. And I want to see what these cars are. I want to change some of these cars out. So which one are you? That one I want to leave. So car 13 I'm going to leave. See what car 12 looks like. Car 12 is my truck. I'm going to leave my truck in. Let's leave that one because I like the older cars. So vehicle 8. Which one? What do you look like? The tractor. We may change the tractor out. Let me make a note for myself. So number 8 is the tractor. And I may change that one out. I'm not sure yet. So which one is 7? Okay, vehicle 7 we're definitely changing. So what I want to do is I want to create a blank folder on my desktop. We're going to call it vehicle 07. Is there already one on my... Oh crap, hold on. We already have one. Oh, I already have a vehicle 07 on my desktop. Alright, so let's go... Let's open you up, and then inside of you, we'll go new folder. Vehicle 07. Now, because I want all of the, I'm going to export this out because I want all of the some of the parts and pieces from it. So we're going to go File, Export Selection with Files, Desktop, New Folder 2, Vehicle 7, and then we're going to go Vehicle 07. So I don't want to mess with it inside of the map. I want to mess with it on my desktop. So I want to open up the islands map. I want the map itself. Farm Chick, if I've not already said hello, hello. I can't remember who I said hello to and who I didn't say hello to. I can't even remember what I had for lunch today. This map takes a little while to open because it's a 16x map with a lot in it. And I already have a copy of the other 16x map open. So I want to come over here. I want to come over to Jim's Auto Sales. So I want this purple Barracuda. I want this car driving around the map. So we're going to grab this guy. So I'm going to go File, Export. I'm just going to call it new for now, and we'll rename him later. I'm going to leave that map open because I want to pull some more cars out of here. Now I want to check the textures. And the texture is going to be all messed up, so we've got to bring the texture files in. So I've got to bring the texture files in from the common folder, and a lot of times it creates a folder on my desktop that has everything I need in it, but I guess today it's not going to. Alright, so textures, so I want common files, textures, and I need 1 by 1 decap. Don't ask me why. And paste. Sometimes you get it wants these weird textures. Alright, we want textures 2. I want, let me pull this over. Alright, but we want break disk and break disk. So U and U. Copy these over. And now we want new black. This one. I want tire. This one. And we want clear and clear dark. So this one and this one. I want interior LOD 0. This one. Alright, and I want no damage 0. This one. I want redwood and stripe, so I want redwood and stripe, this one. And that should be our texture files. So let's get this cleaned up. So let's save that and close this. Now when I open up this i3D, shouldn't be any errors with textures. Got my binder and supplies for this map today. That's funny. Since this map is so big, I went with the 3-inch binder. That is funny. Alright, so what am I missing? I am missing lights LOD. Hang on. So let me close this. So we're missing lights LOD. So back to textures. We need lights. This one. So copy this one into here. And then let's go back in here. Now that's all. Those are all my texture files. All right, so that is good. So now what I do is I open up the one I don't want to use anymore. Or no, sorry. It's been a while since I put new vehicles in. Let's open up. We want the new one. And we're going to go, we've got to go 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, and 0. So we've got to zero it out, so let's save that. And then I want to get a little something to work on. I don't like working. Now the tires, unfortunately, oh perfect. The tires have to be the first 4, which they are, so that works out well. So the tires have to be on the top, so that works out well. So now I go File, Import. I want to import in Vehicle 7. Because I have to steal now. This unfortunately this Barracuda doesn't have any lights, and the vehicle going around the map has to have lights. So if I don't, or does it have? Oh, it does have lights. Perfect. Okay, so I'm not going to steal the lights yet, but I do have to steal the traffic collision. So let's make that visible. So I'm going to cut it out of there. I'm going to put it into here. So that's our traffic collision, and we'll adjust it. And then I need a driver, because we have to have a driver. So I'm going to go Edit, Cut, and Paste. And that's everything I need out of the old vehicle. So now I'm going to delete the old vehicle. First thing we're going to do is go down on my speed. Now we got to get the driver in place. Because the game has to spawn a driver into the car. I mean, it doesn't have to be pretty. It just has to be about where a driver would sit. And a lot of times I've got to scale it up, scale it down, and then just get it in. Try and get his hands close to the wheel, and we can make them a little bit wider. Alright, so there's our driver, and then he can go back invisible. Our traffic collision is about right. I don't have to make any adjustments to it. So my traffic collision, I'm going to make invisible. Are the tires touching the ground? They are. Alright, so let's grab, now I got to grab my traffic XML. So Richie Valley, where is it? It's Maps, Traffic System. Now this is going to be Vehicle 7. So let's go down to Vehicle 7. Now my tires have to be 0, 1, 2, and 3, and they are. So there is 0, 1, 2, and 3. So those are my tires, so that's not going to change. My trigger for the traffic collision is number 7. So that's not going to change. My driver is number 8. So that's not going to change. So there's my driver. Now I need my lights. My lights are now... where are you? I saw some lights in here somewhere. So headlights... Is that all we have? Rear glass... Yeah, we're going to have to put some lights in this car, or this is not going to work. So I can't have all the lights in one transform group. Just make sure there's no like turn signals. There's not. Steering base. We just have the wheel and an indoor HUD. Alright, so I'm going to have to... Let's go File, Import... Let's go back into the 16x map. I want maps, data, cars, and we're going to bring in vehicle 13. And I'm going to steal some lights from this car. And I think those are, yeah, so now I can delete this one back out. So now we got to play with lights. And if I can't get this working, we're not going to be able to use this car, unfortunately. So where's my brake light? Oh, here, hang on. The ones I want are, your reverse light. All right, low. Why don't I see any of my lights? Oh, here we go. Oh, that's right. These things are a pain to get where you want them. I'll go back to where the original setting was. And let's just pull you back. All right, so there's our low beam. There's my high beam. Where's my brake lights? Why can't I see them? Oh, there we go. Again, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make this work or not. So we want turn light right back. I want turn light back left. And like I said, sometimes you got to come in game and then just keep adjusting them until you get them the way you want them. But putting new vehicles in are really a pain in the butt. But they look good driving around. Oh, that was the high beam. Never mind, let me undo that. I want this one here. And then this one here, and then left front So left turn signal front. Where do we even have a left turn signal front? It's going to be pointing over this way. Then we have, or that was, hang on, was that left? Oh, wrong one. Left is on this side, right is on this side. And again, we may have to come back in and out of game a couple times to get, and then backup lights, to get them adjusted the way we want them. So we should have, oh, you're just a backlight. Alright, so you are, I don't know if I need you. So we have our brake lights. We have our reverse light, but we don't need it. Cars aren't going in reverse. This backlight I don't need, so I'm going to delete that out. This is probably going to look a mess when we get in game, but anyway, so now our lights are number 9. So this is going to go to 9. And then you have to go to 9. Now my low profile are 9 and 2, so all these go to 9. High profile is 9. Actually, no, you were 9 and 2. High profile is 9 and 3. I don't have any decoration. Oh, we took the decoration one off. Crap. Can I bring you back in? I can. We'll just call you my decoration. We'll call you 9 and 8. Now, brake light. So brake is, so you are 9. Left turn. Left turn. Left turn. So let's go with 9 and 5. Ooh, hold on. So 9 and 5, and then right turn. We're going to use 9 and 4. So you should be number 4. So this should be everything I need for car 7. So let's save that. These lights are going to be a hot mess when we get in game. I'm going to spend an entire day just messing around with lights. Alright, so let's get rid of our plane. We are going to rename this Vehicle 07. Oh, Vehicle 07. And I'm going to save it one more time. Oh, I can't. Hold on. Let's go File, Export. Now I want to I'm going to go back to my desktop. And I want to overwrite Vehicle 07 this time. So now I can save it and close it. So now I want to go back in and check my texture pathing one more time. It's fine. Open it up one more time to make sure there are no errors, and there's no errors. So let's go File, Export, and this time I want to export it right into the map. Actually, hold on. Let me cancel that a second. I want to come in here to the map. So this is my Richie Valley map. We're going to go into Cars. We're going to go into Vehicle 7. And we're going to delete out the old vehicle. I'm going to go File, Export. Richie Valley, Maps, Data, Cars, Vehicle 07. Vehicle 07. And we'll see if it even spawns into the game. So you're the islands map. You're my temp folder. I can close you. So let's go back in here and see if that purple car is even going to spawn into the game or throw an error. I usually play around with these cars off camera because it's a pain in the neck to get the lights adjusted. I'm going to give you as much room as I can so you can put placeables down. So there's going to be quite a bit of flat, empty areas on this map to put placeables down. So let's start. Oh, I'm going to go on foot because it's just going to be quicker. I just want to see if this purple vehicle is even going to spawn into the game. So you're the blue one, you're the tractor. Getting it in the game is half the battle, and then I can always play with the lights at like 4 o'clock in the morning when I can't sleep. So as long as it spawns in without an error, I'll be happy. But I don't even see it. So now you just go. Now, if I don't see it, we're gonna have to check the log for errors. So this one's still messed up. Well, Guess if you're going to go over a railroad crossing, you're going to bounce a little bit. So no purple car. Oh, here we go. Is your traffic collision working? So you are going to stop. So traffic collision's working. Driver looks pretty good. How did the tire... Oh, the wheels look pretty good too. So there's no weird lights going on. Is it? Nope, it's not floating. Tires are touching ground. All right, I can live with that. Let's get out of here. We check the log, make sure there's no errors with the purple car. Oh, physics. Yep, I got something messed up with the car. So there's a collision that's messed up. Alright, so let's come back in here. So Richie Valley, vehicle 7. Let's open you back up. And you're going to have... I got to check all my... so you don't have any rigid bodies. Alright, so all the tires should be good. Chrome. There's something in here with a rigid body that doesn't have the correct it's marked as static. I just gotta unfortunately go through every transform group until I find it. Indoor HUD, RPM. Okay, I don't see it. Shouldn't be the lights because I know that's working fine. Oh, right here, rigid body. It just has to go to kinematic. So now I can save this. Let's close this. So let me go back in game and see if I got rid of this running error. But it won't take me long now to get the rest of the traffic splines in, now that the roads are done and the bridges are done. As soon as I get 1 or 2 more cars fixed, we'll bang out the traffic splines. And I don't even have to do anything. All you do is come in here, let the game open, and you just quit back out, and we'll see if that error in the log goes away. So now if I go back to my log, there we go. I think all those errors went away. Alright, so no more error with vehicle 7. So let's go back through. So what does vehicle 6 look like? You are, oh, you're an in-game car, so I can't change anything from 6 and above. So the only one I want to change is possibly is the tractor. So I'm going to close you for now. Let's go back in here, and do we have a different tractor I want to make drive around the map? Maybe one of these old John Deeres. I'm going to have to put a driver on it, but that's alright. Maybe the John Deere. Let's see what it looks like. I'm going to have to do a lot of rebuilding on it. I'll work with the traffic off camera, and I'll get some different cars driving around. But let's not waste time on that. Let's get some more traffic splines in. And I can play around with the cars. So let's get traffic. Let's get one loop running around down here. So let's go create a spline. Alright, hold on. I gotta close some of this stuff I don't need open. Alright, so there we go. Edit, cut, traffic splines, and paste. We gotta move you up, and we're gonna call you spline 02. Right there. Are you about centered? You are about centered. So now I just need to grab the end right there. And let's get this loop put in. So I have to pull my end around to my start. Yeah, alright, I'm going the right way. No, I'm not going the right way. I don't... No, hold on. That's completely wrong. Let me delete that spline. I want the traffic running around the inside loop, not the outside loop. So I got to start on the other side of the map. Or the traffic will be running the wrong way. Let's try that again. I need to be on this side. Spline 2, we delete you, create a new spline. So let's go edit, cut, traffic system, paste, move up. So you're going to be spline 02. Yeah, here's where I want it running. Or my traffic would have been running backwards. So I got to pull my end around to my start, and then that's the direction the cars drive. One day, I think it was Richie Valley, my very first map, I spent like, I didn't know what the heck I was doing. I spent like 3 hours putting a traffic spline in, and they were running the wrong way. And I didn't know it at the time, but there is a command to reverse the traffic, but I didn't know it at the time, so I ended up deleting the spline and taking another 3 hours to put the spline back in. Alright, so you're too far. Alright, let's come back here to where the curve starts. And then we'll go around the turn. Yeah, this is something I normally don't work on when I'm half asleep. I'm usually trying not to do splines unless I'm wide awake and had about 6 cups of coffee for the day. Too far. Let me pull that back a little bit. And then I also don't know how much longer the house is going to be quiet today. And then tomorrow, I don't know what their plans are, so I don't know if the house is going to be empty, quiet. I have no idea what they're doing tomorrow. I'm hoping I can get in here and get a stream done. But tomorrow I'll probably go back to working on factories. I want to get at least 2 more factories built. I never did get Procter and Gamble done. Yesterday what did I get done? Hershey and Dole. So tomorrow I'll probably work on Procter and Gamble for toilet paper, paper towels. And then after that factory I want to get the soda factory built. This is not the way oh, I guess I have to go this way because this does T. All right. Guess we are going this way. I normally never make my traffic turn left, but we're going to have to turn left if I want to stay on the outside of the canal. And I want to put this loop on the outside of the canal all the way around, so we're going to have to make a left-hand turn over here. So you're going to have some cars turning left in front of you, which I normally don't like to do. Yeah, I'm not going to be crazy on this map and try and do traffic splines up and down these mountains. So this map's not going to have as much traffic in it as the last couple maps, but it'll have just enough to make it feel like there's a little bit of life going on. Alright, take you down. That hot air balloon is probably just going to come out of the map completely for now. And then we'll get the one in the map that you can actually take a ride in, like the Homestead map. And I'll probably do one loop around the inside of the canal on the lower level. And I'll probably do one more loop running from the mountain across the bridges and then back around to Central Mountain. I forgot about this. We're going to have like 3 or 4 of these bridges to go over. Now we get to put like 1,000 points in, so the traffic can go relatively smoothly up and over these bridges. So again, all I do is pull the point off the ground, hit page down, and then insert to put my point in. Because by pulling it up off the ground and hitting page down, it puts it right on top of the collision, right on top of the deck. So this loop is going to take longer than I expected because I forgot about these bridges. But I'm hoping next time we come into the map, I'll have the traffic completely done. The trains, we have all the railroad crossings to put in, but I'm not going to put the railroad crossings in until we get all of our roads finished, because they don't take long at all. They're really easy to put the train crossings in. So I'm hoping the traffic's in and complete. I've got the 3 train splines in, so they're running. So we just have the signal. So next time I come into the map, I want to work on the border all the way around the map. Once I get the map border in, that's the majority of the time-consuming, boring bits, and then we can really get in here and just start building. So after the map border's done, we'll work on we'll get the vehicle shop in and completely set up. We'll get the animal dealer in and completely set up. I'll get the BGA where I want it and get it completely set up. Then we have to get field 1 in and set up, because right now field 1 is spawning halfway on the land and halfway in the water. And then once all that crap is done, then we're going to start building mines. And then after the mines are done, we'll work on Central Station and then all the train silos around the entire map. Hoping I don't have a lot more of these bridges, because my hands from putting splines in all morning. My hands are already killing me. We get to this top of this bridge. I'm going to do a quick save. And then one day we'll work on the hot air balloon and the helicopter and the airplane. And we'll get those bits in. Alright, hold on. I gotta try and move my chair and scooch around a little bit so it's a little bit easier on my hands. How's that looking? That's looking pretty good. Oop, hold on. Delete, delete, delete. Because I missed a, hit the wrong button. And now let me do a quick save. So what's everyone's go-to map? What maps everybody playing? Unfortunately, I'm not playing any because I want to get really aggressive getting the factories built. And then every time I come in this map and start driving around, I come up with all these new ideas I want to try. So after I got the trains in and running this morning, I spent about a half an hour just driving around the map. Bouncing between Hollow and Homestead. Oh, looks like Hollow and Homestead all the way around. I don't even have a game save started for the Hollow map. I think we have one more of these bridges to go up and over before we get back to our starting point. I was watching the weather report this morning. Well, as you know, I'm in Oklahoma. Parents are in Pennsylvania, and they're supposed to get another 2 to 4 inches on top of the 15 that they just got. And they got like an inch and a half yesterday, and I think tonight or tomorrow they're getting another 2 to 4. They can keep that. I'm so over. My body just can't handle the cold weather any longer. PA, Rocky Mountain Valley, and Land Down Under. Well, I'm in PA also. I was born and raised in the Poconos, um, and then spent 26 years in the suburbs of Philly. Working in Philly. So what part of the state, what corner of the state are you in PA? Williamsport. All right, that's a nice area. I have my ex wife has family in Williamsport. So I've been there a few times. Never made it to the Little League World Series, but I've been to Williamsport. Yeah, no, I know exactly where, yeah, Williamsport is. I almost can't wait to be off of this bridge. Good news is the one on the other side of the map is a little bit is smaller than this one, so it's not going to take as long to get over it. And then I still want to make a placeable table factory. And then we're going to do the placeable Acme factory so we can get like the Porta Johns and all that stuff made on the other maps. We're going to do the soda factory. We're going to resurrect the old ice cream factory from the original Richie Valley map. Hey, finally off this crazy bridge. And then we'll resurrect the old bakery. We'll resurrect the Tasty Cake Factory, the Sweet Treats Factory. The Frozen Foods Factory. And with all those factories, though, it does get overwhelming as a single player, unfortunately. Alright, now we got a good long straight bit. And then we've got a bunch of new ideas for a bunch of new factories that I've never done before in the works as well. And then Papa's got some surprises he's working on. Oh, come on, I clicked off of it. I saw that. So are you the end? You're the end. I'm going to delete you and delete you just to be so I know I didn't mess it up. So now let's come back down here. But yeah, we got all this busy, boring crap done. I'm really looking forward to just getting in here and building, getting the fields in, getting the trees and buildings in, make it feel more like a map. Now it just feels like a deserted island. Alright, we got a right-hand turn. And unfortunately, we're going to have another bridge coming up. Alright, are you in the middle of the road? Yeah, you look like you're in the middle of the road. Yeah, somebody asked me if I was going to do a 64x map, which are 4 16x maps put together. And I told them that they were crazy. There's no way I'm doing a 64x map. I'm crazy enough for doing a second 16x map. But I don't think there's a lot of players using the islands map. So I don't think a lot of players are fond of the using the ferries. Alright, one more bridge. I hate these bridges. Well, I love the bridges. I hate putting the traffic over the bridge. Yeah, this bridge is definitely smaller. I'm going to do another quick save. While that's saving, gives my wrists and hands a little bit of a break. And the coffee cup is empty. So I get this traffic loop in. I'm going to take a short break and grab a fresh cup of coffee. Because I'm actually behind the 8 ball today. I've only had 3 cups. And usually by now I have an entire pot in me. Oh, it's probably why I can't sleep at night. Why do you look like you're not above the road surface sometimes? That freaks me out. I won't ever play 64 maps. It's just way too big. Also, I'm not sure many people have a PC that can run a 64x map. Farm Chick lives on coffee and Dr. Pepper. I don't do any soda. It's probably been in the last 2 years. I've probably had 1 can of soda. But I can do a pot of coffee a day. And that's a bad habit from being a child. And my dad and my stepmom owning a catering company. And we had coffee on pretty much 24/7. 24/7, 365, we've had coffee on. So if we weren't cooking, we were doing dishes or prepping. Yeah, so with the catering company, I started working when I was like 12 or 13. And then I was crazy in high school. I actually got a part-time job at night my junior year. So I was working from 4 to going to school during the day, working from 4 to 9 at night, and then working with my dad on the weekends, catering all day Saturday, all day Sunday. So I've got coffee in my veins. Alright, how's this bridge looking? It's looking pretty good. Couple pots of coffee keep you going. Between the army and driving truck for 50 years, coffee, yep, definitely. Problem is, I spent 26 years working in the suburbs of Philly, and I had the luxury of, I wasn't stuck in one building because I was regional inventory control manager for a furniture company. So I was in charge of inventory at the warehouse and 8 stores. So I had the luxury of traveling every day, so I wasn't stuck in the office. So I knew where every Dunkin' Donut was near every one of my stores. And here where I'm at now in Oklahoma, there is no Dunkin' Donuts. The closest one is 45 minutes away. So every once in a while I'll buy, it's really expensive, I'll buy the Dunkin' Donuts coffee and brew my own, but it's just not the same. I can't wait to get off of this bridge. This is probably the worst traffic spline to put in. I'm going to do one more up top, so I'll have a couple more train tracks to cross, and then I'm going to put one around the inside of the canal. I'm not going to go crazy and do any traffic up and down the roads going from the upper mountain to the lower level. I just don't have it in me. It's actually worse than going up and over these bridges. almost off this bridge. There we go. Why do you look like you're in the road when you're actually not? Alright, let me do another save. We don't have that far to go to hook up to the start point, but I want to do another save just in case. Driver 2685, hello? IPA love their coffee. Yeah, Dunkin' Donuts is probably my favorite coffee. I don't do Starbucks at all. But and then there's none out here, but in Philly there's a lot of them. Wawa. Wawa has a mean cup of coffee as well. And then Sheets. I don't. Sheets is alright, but it's not one of my favorites. I don't like the way this line keeps going under the road on me. And then popping back up. It's driving me nuts. It's like I reversed on a point and then came back out. And I've done that before. And the only way to fix it is to rip the entire traffic spline out and redo it. Because if it back up on a traffic spline, it puts one point behind the other point. And that's how this is actually acting. And unfortunately, there's no saving it. You got to delete it and start over. Which would really suck because at that point I'd just call it a night and say the heck with it, and I'd work on traffic splines tomorrow. But we'll get this one in, we'll go in game, we'll see if it runs, and then we'll put another one in. But I don't like how this spline is actually going in. Oh well, we're like way crooked. Hold on, I gotta take this out. Let me back this out. I don't like how that's looking. Let's get back here to the straight bit. I'm gonna grab a light, and then I'm gonna have to come back and find this point. No, I'm not gonna put a light in. Let's just try and go a little bit. Oh, come on. I don't like how this is acting. It shouldn't be disappearing on me. I should see it on the surface. Because I can't see the line to keep it a nice smooth turn. When it disappears under the road like that, and it shouldn't be disappearing under the road like that. So I have a feeling we're going to end up deleting this entire spline, and I'm going to have to put it back in. which would really suck. It's not popping back up above the ground until I get 2 points ahead. And it's, I don't know, it's got this, maybe I could be wrong, but it's got like this weird feel to it. It didn't happen until I went over that first bridge. Get around this corner all the way and we'll see what it looks like. Sorry if I'm ignoring chat here for a couple minutes till I get around this corner. I apologize. Well, we're getting to the straight bit where we're going to hook our points back up and close this loop. So hopefully it's just me being paranoid and there's nothing wrong with this loop. Or this spline, I should say. Alright, so how do you look now? Alright, that looks much smoother. Let's get this loop closed. And then I'll catch up on chat once I get down here to my start point. So now it looks good. It's laying on top of the road. I don't know why it was disappearing under the road earlier. me get this lined up. So here it's nice and straight. Throw a point in there. Throw a point in there. And then close this loop. I'm going to leave the spline visible. Let's save this, and then we'll go in game and see what it looks like. This is the first time I've seen Old Man in action doing map building. I have done some editing in G, but never from scratch. To me, it's easier to build a map from scratch than it is to take a map that's like half built and try and change it. Ritchieville was my very first map for 19. And then when I made Richie's Hollow, I started with Ritchieville, and I took out what I didn't want and kept like 80% of the map in. And it was actually harder to build by leaving like 75 to 80% of Ritchieville in and then turning it into Richie's Hollow. That was actually a harder build than starting from scratch. But let's see what the second loop looks like. And if everything looks good with the second loop, I'm going to take a 3 or 4 minute break, grab a fresh cup of coffee, and then I want to try and get at least 2 more traffic loops in tonight. And again, if you're new, if you haven't seen this map before, ignore like almost everything you see. I'm not this vehicle shop is just temporary. I'm not leaving it here. I'm going to use a different vehicle shop. It's going to be in that general area, but I'm going to use a different vehicle shop. And then none of the textures are painted, none of the foliage is in. I've got a bunch of just extra parts and pieces laying everywhere. But I want to go down the mountain and I want to see what this traffic loop looks like. So about the only thing that is done, or is done, whatever you want to call it, are the roads, the railroad tracks, and the bridges. So let's head outside the canal and we'll see what this traffic loop looks like. Oh, this bridge is off a little bit. I got to slide this bridge over. Let's see if we actually got traffic to spawn in on this loop. Oh, we did. Cool, I want to see it go over the bridge. I want to see how smooth it is. So let's beat this truck to the bridge and then we'll go back the other way. And again, you can ignore this old map. Played my maps and do an awesome job. Well, thank you. Thank you. I think I want to, since this is a 16x map, I think I want to speed the traffic back up. Oh yeah, so you're nice and smooth going up and over the bridge. Alright, I can live with that. Let's go check the other bridge. But yep, unfortunately we got like another week of boring bits till we get the rest of the traffic in. I get the hot air balloons in, the airplanes in, the helicopters in, the map border done, and then once that's done, now we really get into the build and start having fun. I want to do a little bit more work on these bridge pillars. I don't want them up that tall, so I'm going to bring them down some. I think most players play with traffic turned off anyway. I know I do. But I wanted to get traffic in the map. Paul W. 1962, what are you go to? This is Richie Valley because it's a valley between Center Mountain and Outer Mountain. So this is Richie Valley. And Center Mountain's about 4 times bigger than the other maps. And then there's a mountain range that runs around the entire outside of the map. So this is the valley between the mountains. Um, 16x. No ferries. All bridges. And I got the 3 trains running this morning. I don't have the crossing signals in yet, but the trains are running. And we're just getting some traffic put in the map. So I'm going to take a quick drive around and see how the traffic's behaving driving up and over these bridges. And then I'm going to take a quick 3 or 4 minute break, grab a fresh cup of coffee, and then we'll put 2 more traffic splines in. Yeah, they're coming up and over these bridges pretty well. hang out here and just wait for another car. And then I'll take you for a ride. If you haven't seen the map before, I'll take you for a quick ride up on the upper road. We'll do a quick half a loop on the upper road. And then I'll get out of here. We'll get a couple more splines put in. All right, here comes another car. I just want to see how it looks coming up and over the bridge. And then we'll have a ton of boats. We'll have a helicopter, an airplane, the hot air balloon. The hot air balloon that you can actually go in and drive, like the Homestead map. Or not drive, you can go for a fly. Alright, I can live with that. That loop looks pretty good. Here, let me spin around. I'll take you for a quick half a loop on the top of the mountain. And then I'm going to get out of here for a couple minutes. And we'll come right back. So there's 4 roads that go from the valley to the outer mountain. And then there's 2 roads that go from the valley to Center Mountain. And then there's 4 bridges that go from the outer mountain to the inner mountain. Oh, I gotta fix those lines. So here's our traffic spline on the top of the mountain. It'll be turned invisible. I just want to get all the splines in first. So there's 3 trains. There's 1 train that runs from the center of the map around. It goes east around the north end of the map and then loops back around to the center of the map. And then there's 1 train that runs around. There's 1 train that runs around the center of the map, the north end of the map, and there's a 3rd train that runs around the perimeter of the entire map. And then we'll have a bunch of transfer stations so you can transfer from train to train to take it back to Central Station. So this is the North Bridge heading back to Center Mountain. Yeah, I think I'm going to speed this traffic up a little bit more. And I definitely want to speed the trains up a little bit more. So right now top speed on the train is about 75 miles an hour, and I think I'm going to bump it up maybe another 10 or 15 miles an hour. So there's plenty of room up here in Center Mountain. Haven't decided what I want to put up here yet, other than the vehicle shop. So you got your 1 bridge going east, you got your 1 bridge going west, and then there's another bridge going south. Central Station will be here. These are just placeholders for now. So Central Station will be here, where you can transfer from train to train. One train goes north, one train goes south. So you'll be able to transfer here from truck to train, train to truck, and then transfer north and south. And then I'm going to put, there's going to be a huge warehouse complex on this side of the tracks that'll hold all the palleted product. And then Central Station will hold all of the grains and all of the liquids. So your grains, your liquids, Central Station, and then this side of the tracks will have our warehouse for all of our palleted product. And then the vehicle shop is going to pretty much stay where it is, but I'm going to use a different building. But let me get out of here. For about 5 minutes, 4 or 5 minutes. I like the way that water looks under the bridge. Thank you. The roads are so small on the map. If you have dual or triple tires on a tractor, you can't pass. Yeah, you're going to have a challenge with the traffic on the bridge. But I actually made the roads wider than they are than they should be. So my roads are actually wider than the base game roads. I widened them by like half. So I'm going to get a loop around the inside, but I'm going to take a quick 5 first. So let me get over here, somewhere close to where I want to get the next loop put in. And I got to figure out which direction I want it to run. Yeah, ignore this hot air balloon. Actually, I'm going to have to move that before I can put the traffic in. Alright, hold on. I'm going to move this real quick. And then I'm going to take... so you're the balloon. Let me just get you out of the middle of the road. And then the spline for the balloon. Let me find the spline. Alright, so my balloon spline... let's just take and get you off the road for now. And then let me get rid of a little bit more grass. I'm on replace. Let me go to subtract. So let me get this grass off the road. And then I think I want to get a traffic loop running this direction, maybe. Now let's go back this direction, because I've got something else I want to try. Alright, let me do a quick save. I'm going to take about 4 or 5 minutes, and then I will be right back. right. Thank you for hanging out and bearing with me. So if I go to this road, and just show you, we take it down to 1. So that's the size of the in-game road. And that's how much bigger I made my roads. So my roads are definitely bigger than the in-game roads. Alright, just close all this crap I don't need open. Alright, so we're going to go create another spline. So let's throw it in here. We're going to move it up. We're going to call it spline 03. And all right, now do I want it running that direction around, or do we want it running in this direction? If I want it running the other direction, I'm going to have to, yeah, let's, since we got traffic on the outer loop running in that direction, let's spin this one around and run it the other direction. So let's go over here. Let's go edit. Let's put you here. Now if I pull my end around to my start, traffic's going to be running on the outer loop again. I want it on the inner loop, which means I got to reverse this. Is it Control R? I can't reverse the loop until it's in and closed. So now if I pull my end around to my start, traffic's going to be running the wrong way. So I got to pull the end around to the start. So the traffic will be running this direction. I want it running that direction. So if I go back over here, I'm going to have to figure out how to reverse this loop. If I come back over here, if I bring the end around to the start, now traffic's going to be running in this direction no matter what I do. Oh well, it's going to just run on this side of the road. I'm not messing with it. I ain't going to fuss with it. So let's grab you. And let's get you put in. When you drag your end around to the start, that's the direction the traffic runs. And if I put it on the other side, it's going to be running backwards. There is a way to reverse the loop, but I honestly don't remember what the key binding is. I thought it was Control R, but I guess it wasn't. Now, if I spun it around, then it doesn't put it at 0, 0, 0. It puts it at like minus 180, 0, like 180 or something like that. But traffic's just eye candy anyway. think I'm sorry. I was just taking a quick peek at chat. I think I'm caught up on chat. So I don't have two monitors, so I do have to remember to look over at my phone. Now the dog's restless because I was out there. I'm hoping he doesn't want to have to go out. But I may have to break away here again shortly to take the dog out. There's nobody else home, so I'm here with the animals. And the other thing we have to do before we release this map, because I'm only going to build in the mining and then everything else is going to be place your own, I have to get a placeable mammoth mill, placeable dairy, placeable textile factory, drywall, everything we need for our building products. We'll have a placeable orchards and greenhouses are going to have to be placeable. So I've got a lot of work to do on placeables before we can even release this map. The only thing I'm going to build in is the mining and the oil wells. And then everything else will be, you'll have to place your own. So I've probably got at least 10 factories or 12 factories to build just to make this map work as placeables. I think if I wanted this traffic to run the other way, all I had to do was reverse this splend before I started moving it. Play around with that another day. Like I said, traffic's not that important. It's just eye candy. Most people play with it off anyway. At least I don't think I have to go over any bridges coming around this inside loop. And then I'm not too concerned with taking a dinner break. I'm going to go as long as my back will allow me to sit. And as long as my hands are not like super killing me where I can still use mouse and keyboard, we're just going to keep building. We get the second traffic loop in. I may go start working on the map border a little bit. And then I'll eat at some point tonight when I get out of the stream. I'm only going to grab some leftover baked ziti anyway. Been dying for a pizza, but our Little Caesars by us is closed temporarily due to COVID, and Pizza Hut, same thing. Pizza Hut right here in town is closed due to COVID. There's one like mom and pop pizza place, but they're really expensive. And the other pizza place is doing, you have to call ahead and order. They're doing takeout only, which is fine. They don't deliver. But you call when you get there so they can bring it out to your car. But I don't have a working cell phone, so I can't call when I get there. So pizza's out. So it's going to be leftover ziti, I think. So the only way that I got my old cell phone hooked up to the house Wi-Fi, or I can lay in bed and watch at night and watch like Twitch or YouTube and that. But I can't. It's not like a working phone. Nightbot got somebody, probably a troll coming in, which I haven't had one yet on this stream. I'm surprised. I get a lot of trolls. Well, I get a lot of bots coming in trying to post links. And usually Papa Smurf or Dixie are in, so they usually ban them. But I don't have my stream running in the background, so I can't go in and ban them. We'll either work on the map border or we'll come in and work on these pillars a little bit more. I'm not in love with them yet. So all the pillars need a little bit more work. How does this turn look? That looks pretty smooth. Let's get up here to the next right-hand turn. Another right-hand turn. I may have to go. I'm going to get this loop and I'm going to go check on the dog. It sounds like he may want to go out. But he's at the window because this is the time that they normally get home. He normally gets home. My brother-in-law normally gets home from work this time of the day, and the dog knows it. He's usually standing at the window waiting for him. So I can hear them standing at the window, but they won't be coming home today. They went to Tulsa to go to the boat and RV show, camping show. So I'm thinking that's why he's restless, because he's actually looking out the window for him. And then since my sister and my brother-in-law are away, none of her kids have been around today. So taking advantage of the Wi-Fi and streaming with nobody home. So I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to get on here at all tomorrow, because everybody will be home tomorrow and there'll be about 10 devices connected to the Wi-Fi, and I'm the furthest away from the router. So I probably will not be able to stream tomorrow. Even this road around the bottom of the mountain inside the canal is pretty long. We're definitely going to be doing some driving on this map. Alright, so one more. Another right-hand turn. We're getting there. We are getting there. I may play, instead of working on the map border, I may play around with these pillars a little bit and do some experimenting. One more right-hand turn and we should hook up with our start point. Yeah, dog settled back down. He went late back down. He's not scratching at my door to go out. I think he was just looking out the front window for them. Like, I know you guys should have been home 10 minutes ago. Back this up a little bit. Get a point in there. One more right. So I heard somebody. I'm sorry, I didn't remember which name it was, but somebody in chat said that they were playing Land Down Under. I haven't downloaded it. I know Dixie's been playing on it, but I've seen like a first look video. It looks like it's a pretty cool map. So if you're on that map, are you actually enjoying it? Is it a map worth me downloading and just playing around on it a little bit when I need a break from my maps? We're getting there. get you lined up. Pull you back a little bit. Get one more point in. And then we'll close the loop. Alright, done. So loop number 3 is in. And then we'll get one more loop running around the top. Now I want to go, where do I want to go? I want to go this way. So let me do a quick save. Yes, it's a complete map. Nice. Most nice size fields. One huge one. Famous now, field 17. 5 or 6 animals to take care of. Oh, cool. So it has the extra animals in it. Is it a 16x map? Alright, so let's create another spline. So let's go edit, cut, drop it in here. It has to be above the parked cars. So we're going to call it spline 04. Oop, they are home. So I'm going to lose quiet. And that loop is going to run the wrong way. If I pull my end around to my start, it's going to run the wrong way. So I have to go. I wanted it running that way, but I guess I can run it. No, you're running north. I want you. Let me see something really quick. Hold on. Yeah, 16x. Field 7 is like 4,500 acres. Yikes. So I want to be... let me see something. Put you here. Yeah, that'll work. So I pull my end around to my start, and now the traffic will be going in the correct direction. Yeah, I'm gonna lose my quiet. If I'm gonna go as long as I don't lose Wi-Fi. But if I start buffering, if I lose Wi-Fi, then I'm just gonna get out of here. Take you around. This is going to be another pretty long loop. That's the bridge, or is that the road going down? That is the road going down, so I gotta go straight yet before I can go over the bridge. Almost made the wrong right-hand turn. Yeah, I'll have to download that map and take a look at it. And I saw this morning, and I didn't get a chance to even look into it yet, but I heard there was another island map released today. So I was curious to see what it looks like. Alright, so let's get you about there, and then, yeah, that's my bridge. So I may have to download that, the other islands map just to see what it looks like. Alright, well, it sounds like they came in and went right upstairs, so it sounds like the house is going to stay quiet. But I think this is going to be the last traffic loop. Alright, so how does this turn look? That turn looks pretty good. Kaz64 released his island map. It's beautiful. It has some neat hot springs with bubbling water. I watched Old Timer Dave stream a bit of it last night. Okay, I'll take it. Yeah, okay, I'll jump in and watch. I'll go in and see if I can find his stream. This way I don't have to download the map. Now, this map base came from DodgeNet, from Dave. And if I remember correctly, it has the lava still built into the map because of his FS17 map has the volcano with the lava flowing in it. So this map actually has the lava in it, but I don't want to use it. Oh, that's right. We're going to have like 4 of these darn railroad crossings to go over. I'd rather go up and over a bridge than go up and over this railroad crossing, to be honest with you. So I'm going to put my points a little bit closer together and see if that's going to help make it a smoother transition up and over. These darn railroad crossings. Alright, is that a smoother transition? Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. There's only one low spot. Let's see if I can pull that one low spot up a little bit. Nope, you're not going to stay, are you? Oh well, let's see what it looks like when we get in game. So we'll come up to Center Mountain, we'll hang a right, we'll go across the bridge, go into the right, and then we'll loop back around. But after the last map, the homestead map. I had no desire to build another map, but unfortunately, like I said earlier, I don't think there's a lot of players playing on the islands map because of the ferries. And I put a poll on Facebook saying, "Hey, would anybody mind restarting if I toasted the ferries and built bridges?" And I had a few players that do play the map saying, no, not to change it. So I decided not to touch the islands map. But I was going to toast the ferries and just put bridges in. Go up on my speed a little bit until we get to this next turn. We'll go a little bit quicker. These straight bits. Oh, let me back up. Now I can back up and slow back down. Alright, take my speed back down. We'll get across this, around or over this crossing, and then make a right. Again, I got that first one in the ground. Come back out here a second. So you, and let me pull you back. We'll pull you back. We'll see if we can get a better transition up and over these. With some shorter points. Nope, it's still going to go in the, still going to want to go in it. Let me get a couple of straight, because it's pretty straight until I come back over here and start going down. So let's get, there we go. So now I pull you up, I go page down, and then pull you back. And we'll see what it looks like. And if I don't like these, I'll mess about with them off camera. Alright, so how do you look? That doesn't look too bad. Let's get up here, we'll make the right. And I think we have got 2 more railroad crossings to go over. You're off center. Why are you off center? Alright. Maybe it's just me. Oh, I hear the TV, so they didn't go upstairs. I'm assuming they had dinner because they were out all day. And they'll usually knock on my door and ask me if I want to go out. So how does this curve look? Looks pretty good. Alright, another long run across the bridge. I never expected to get the all the train splines in and the traffic splines in today. So this build is actually going quicker than I expected it, with all this time-consuming crap that gets done first. So let me get up here to a stopping point so I can take a peek at chat. Alright, so we got a railroad crossing and then another right-hand turn. Can the railroad crossings be flat without the riser added? They can, but the cars have a hard time going over them. I don't want to click off of this point, but I can show you what they look like without it. But I don't want to lose my point. But I can show you what the crossing looks like. The cars have a hard time going over it at any kind of speed. Even just driving around in the white pickup truck that I usually lease, the in-game truck, has a hard time going over them. Oh, I think that point is too low. Hold on, let me delete that one out. Let me come back here. Insert. Insert. See, now I can start curving back. No, it's going to put it. Alright, hang on. Let me delete these back out. So you, page down. Why are you giving me a hard time? Why, this one's giving me a really hard time. Let me back out these last couple points. So I'm going to put you here. That's going to get you flat there. You come back here, put one more point in. Now I should be able to curve back down. And then I can lower this a little bit and it'll be a little bit smoother. So I'm going to come back and lower that after I'm put this loop in just a hair, and it'll be a smoother transition up and over that. But I'll show you when we go back in game. I'll show you what it's like driving over those tracks without the riser, without the crossing. The trucks and stuff have a really hard time. And the anything with like a low loader gets hung up on the tracks, so you have a hard time going up and over the tracks. Alright, so let's start making our right. Oh, I got a road section that's a little bit high as well. So I'll have to come in and fix that road section as well. So I'm going to come back to this area after I get this loop in. Make a couple slight adjustments. Or is that a gap? Oh, there's just a gap. All right. I thought that road section was raised up a little bit, but I got to come in and work on that gap a little bit. And I think this is the last up and over. You are straight, you are straight. So one more point there, and then I can start going. Why does it do that? As soon as I get that last straight point in is when it decides it doesn't want to go straight anymore. And then it wants to jump. There we go. And it's jumping again. Why is it doing that? So we come up, bring this back. And it's shooting off to the right or to the left for absolutely no reason. All right, I'm going to have to manually set these. Why are you not behaving all of a sudden? I have no idea why it's going crooked all of a sudden. Didn't touch anything with my key bindings. We're going to come all the way back here. There we go. I don't know why it was going all kind of weird there for a minute. That actually looks pretty good after all that trouble. Let's get down here and make one more right-hand turn and get this loop closed. I'm so glad this is the last traffic spline. I'm so tired of splines today. Take a quick peek at chat. I'm caught up on chat. Y'all are quiet today. I must be boring everybody to sleep. Oh, we got one more railroad crossing. Thought we were done with train crossings. And I don't know if I put a... Oh, I did. All right. All right. Hopefully this is the last one. All right. That one went too damn easy. But I don't think I'm in the center of the road. I think, oh no, by going, we're off a little bit. So hold on, so let me pull this out. Let's go this, let's make a slight correction. All right, one more right-hand turn. I think we're golden. And then when we get this traffic spline in, we'll go in the map, drive around for a couple minutes, and then I'm going to call it a night. I've been in this desk chair now for 14 hours. So I am definitely going to call it a night here shortly. Alright, now I want blue. So this will be the last traffic spline. I'm going to go back and make a couple adjustments to that road. And then I'm going to get myself some dinner, lay in bed and watch some TV. Or if there's nothing on TV, maybe I'll lay in bed and play the homestead map a little bit. Trying to learn more about making maps so it isn't boring. Alright, don't be afraid to ask questions when I'm in here. A lot of times I can break away and show you, but I don't want to click off of my point, so I don't want to lose my end. But as long as if you get yourself familiar with and really understand XMLs, pretty much everything in the map runs off of an XML. So once you learn how to manipulate the XMLs to do with what you make it do what you want it to do, the rest of it comes easy. The editor works easy. The XML, to make it function, is usually what everybody struggles with. Alright, now we're just a straight little bit to our start point. And then we can go in and see what this traffic looks like. Alright, let's get you up here. We'll get you lined up. Oh, you are lined up pretty well. So let's get one more point there. We'll get one more point there. Oh, you're off a little bit. Let me back out these last two. Let me come up here. Let me pull this one over just a hair. Oh, see, I clicked off of it. Sometimes when you click off of it, it's really hard to find again. And then Control O will close the loop. So if you don't close the loop, the traffic won't run because it's not a closed loop. It's an open loop. And nothing will run on an open loop. So there's two things I wanted to look at real quick. So let me head back over here. We'll save this, and then we'll go in game. So I want to look at this gap in this road, if I can remember where it was. Because if I don't fix it now, I'm not going to remember. I think it was just here past this railroad crossing, right? Alright, where was that gap in the road? Was it? Oh, right here. Alright, hold on. Let's fix this road section. Let's just make this road a little bit longer. And that closes that gap. And then I wanted to look at, was it this one? Yeah, I want to lower this just a hair. There you go. And that's going to be much up and over. Alright, so let me do it. I'm going to leave the traffic splines visible. Just so I can see if I have to make any adjustments. So let's do a save. Spend a few minutes driving around, and then I'm going to call it a night. Alright, I'm going to leave the map open for now. So let's get in here. And then I'll play around with the traffic off camera. I want to get a couple different cars running around the map other than what's already in there. Alright, so let me grab a pickup truck. And we'll make a couple loops around the map. So let's get rid of that. Now here, if we try and cross the tracks without that rubber piece on the road, it has a hard time going over the tracks. And a lot of times, like a low loader or stuff, like a low loader, if you're a header, it'll bounce it right off the trailer. But I want to take a look at this loop here that we just put in. And we'll take a look at the loop on the bottom that we just put in. And if I mess something up, we won't have any cars at all. Oh, I didn't mess them up. We got cars. That one look? That actually looks pretty good. Let's see if the cars do a little bit of bouncy when they go over it. We'll sit here and wait for a car to come by. Is Jason Seaman 2000, is this a new map? This is a new map. Give me a second and we'll do a little bit more driving. I'll show you what we got done so far. I do understand that, but what if you lowered the tracks and spline a little bit when you cross the road? I don't like the railroad tracks too far down into the ground. The height that they're at now is pretty realistic. So you got a little bit of the railroad tie sticking up, and then you've got your rail on top of the ground. So by the time I put the gravel texture in there, it's going to even lose more of that railroad tie. But yes, this is a new 16x multi-fruit map built off the island's base. That is, oh, here we go. I just want to make sure that see how bad these cars bounce over this crossing. Now that's pretty smooth. I can live with that. So this is a new 16x map. Same base as the island's map, but it's not going to be island. There's not going to be any ferries in it. So once I loop back around, I'll show you more of what the theme is. There's essentially Center Mountain, and then there's a valley between the mountain, and then the outside the map is another mountain, so it's essentially a valley between the mountains. So let me make a left here and I'll show you what I mean. I'm just driving around checking out the traffic splines because I got the traffic splines put in today. And I got the train splines put in today. So it's essentially come down here into the valley. So we're calling it Richie Valley. So it is essentially a valley between the center mountain and the outer mountain. The outer mountain runs around the entire outside of the map. And then Center Mountain is about 4 times bigger than my other maps. So there's plenty of room on Center Mountain. And then you have the canal running through the valley. So we'll go over another upper bridge and I'll show you what it looks like. So it's essentially the valley between the mountains. So there's 4 roads that go from the upper level to the lower level on the outside mountain. There's 2 roads that go from the lower level to the upper level on Center Mountain. And then there's 4 big really tall bridges that go from Center Mountain to Outer Mountain. And then there's 3 trains that run. So you can transfer product from train to train. Oh, sorry, I had to sneeze and couldn't mute my mic. So there's pretty much same thing. You can use the trains to transfer products from one end of the map to the other end of the map, and then transfer them at Central Station. So we're very early build. I'm only 7 days into the build, but there's a lot done for 7 days. So essentially the road system is done, the rail system is done, and the bridge system is done, and that's about it. Nothing else is in the map yet. But everything is built off of the road system. So I'll go back across one of the tall bridges so you can see what the valley looks like so far. And again, none of the textures are done, none of the terrain's not finished. There's no, foliage or anything in the map yet. The mountains are about 90% done. I've got a little bit of work to do on the mountains yet. So we'll head back to Center Mountain. I'll drive down another road. I want to check this traffic spline that I just put in the valley as well. Oh, bless you. Thank you. All right. I think I'm caught up on chat too. So I wanted to see how this. All right, that road section has to come down a little bit. That road section's up a little bit too high. Okay, this crossing looks pretty good too, so I'm not worried about this crossing. I still have all the railroad crossings to put in, but the train splines are in. Yeah, this section of road is just a little bit too high. I'm gonna have to lower. Yeah, I gotta lower this section just a little bit. Didn't mean to get in your way there, tractor. Ignore that field that's half in the water and half on the land. I just haven't moved it yet. But that's old field 1 from the islands map. So if you're familiar with my islands map, we're above BGA Island right now. So this map, I don't plan on making gigantic fields. You're going to have a bunch of small fields. So if you want gigantic fields, you're going to have to plow them together. Alright, so traffic's looking pretty good. So this is Center Mountain. Like I said, it's about 4 times bigger than my other maps. And the vehicle shop is going to be about where it is now, but I'm going to use a different building. And then straight ahead from where I'm at, where the 2 trains meet, is going to be Central Station and Central Warehouse, where we store all the products on the map. And then up here, we'll put like a city in up here. We'll get a town in. We'll get a lot of the businesses and the sell points and stuff up here. And then down here on this section, so this goes down about halfway. And then right about here, where my truck is now, I want to put the animal dealer. So the animal dealer will be like right here. And then this road goes down, back down the rest of the way into the valley. So there's a road that runs inside the canal around the valley, and then there's another road that runs outside of the canal around the valley. And I'm not going to put a lot of like hills and rolling hills and stuff in. I want to keep it flat because, like I said, by the time this map's released, you're going to have about 40 placeable factories to put on it. So I don't want anybody struggling to find flat areas to put factories down. I want to leave plenty of space for placeables. So it's going to stay relatively flat. Yeah, so you're going to have a ton of room to put placeables down. But I don't think I'm going to mess with any more traffic. I think I want to leave the traffic just like it is. There's one thing I want to do though. Let's head back up to the vehicle shop. Yeah, I got grass on the mountain. I got a whole bunch of like texture. None of the textures or foliage are done. Let's head back up here a second. I gotta fix this road because it has the dashed line instead of a solid line coming up. So a bunch of little stuff that's gonna drive me nuts. So we'll try and get a good mix of small, medium, and large fields. But I want to see, someone had mentioned about a wide vehicle going across the bridge with the traffic. So let me come in here. Oh, I do have them in here. Let's grab this guy. And let's grab a tractor. Do I have my tractor in here? This is the old vehicle packet. I haven't even had a chance to switch out to the new vehicles. Because this is only my my mods folder for building. So I haven't had a chance to swap out the mods in here yet. But let's see what it's like going across the bridge with this baby on here. Yeah, we're gonna have a hard time with the traffic going across the bridges. So you're going across the bridge, you're gonna probably end up turning traffic off. Well, the collisions work. See what happens when we come up to a car. Oh, the collisions definitely work. And I do want to paint this. I want this bridge a different color too. I just haven't had a chance to get to it. Let me get closer to the end of the bridge. We'll wait for a car. Oh, here we go. This is a disaster waiting to happen. Oh, all right. Scratch the paint a little bit. And I'm caught up on the, yeah, you're going to have a little bit of a challenge getting across with these big loads. Oh, I'm stuck. I can't go forward or backwards. Oh, here we go. Let's see what the CUDA does to us. Oh, we're scratching the paint on the CUDA. Oh yeah, you're gonna have to turn traffic off if you want to get across these across the bridges. Yep, ain't gonna work. Ain't gonna work. Crap, which one is it? Yep, you're gonna have to turn traffic off to get across the bridges. You're definitely going to need both lanes to get something this big across. Unless you throw it on a low loader. And then which I don't even know if that'll work. Hold on. So let's leave you here a second. Do I even have the vehicle shop? No, you're the old one. You're still in the mountain. I haven't moved any of those triggers yet. All right, hold on. So let me let's reset this a second. Oh, I can't reset it because I don't have my spawn points in yet. Alright, let's get some speed. So let's grab another tractor. Let's grab, so I can't save this anyway, so this save is trash anyway. Let's grab another one of these. Let's grab a truck if I have one in here. Yeah, let's at least one of these. And what do we have in the way in-game? Let's try something. I don't even think I can get that thing on here. I don't use these at all. Oh, hang on. So let's grab you. Yeah, this is probably another disaster waiting to happen. Yeah, this thing ain't even getting on there. Yeah, you're going to have to turn traffic off if you're going to head across the bridges. Because this thing ain't going to work either. Nope, ain't even gonna connect. Yep. So turn traffic off if you're going to get across. If you're going to go across these bridges. Dixie in the house. Going to use store delivery mod. Yeah, or the store delivery mod. Exactly. Now the other question is, will this guy even make it over the bridge? Another thing I haven't really tested yet either. And again, this vehicle shop's not going to, I'm going to use a different building. So that won't even be there. But Dixie's in the house. We've got a lot. Nope, I don't think it's going to be too big. I got all the train splines in today, and I got the traffic spline. Oh yeah, we're going to get across here. Not with traffic on, but we can get across here. So the trains are running, the traffic's in. None of the railroad crossings are in yet. I want to play around with the bridge piers a little bit yet. So I'm still not 100% happy with them. But yeah, she'll get across here. I don't know if it'll make it up and down the mountain. I don't have any product in the map. I can't even like spawn a pallet or anything in to even test it with. But I have no idea if this thing will even make it up and down the mountain. Where's my nearest road? Probably in this direction. Let's head over this way. Well, since we spent 2 days putting roads in, let's take the road. Hold on, I want to turn traffic back on so I can keep an eye on the splines to make sure that everything is running right. The whole point of us driving around was to look at the traffic we just put in. But now if I come over this way and go off-road, there's one train that loops to the north, and then there's one train that loops to the south. and then they connect at Central Station on Center Mountain. So if you want to dump grain in the train, let's say you have like 5 fields up here on this end of the map, and you can fill your train car with like 6 different products. Over here, you can fill your train and then run it to Central Station, and then you can drop like 6 different products in Central Station at the same time. So the goal is, so you'll be able to transfer from truck to train here, and then I'm going to run some pipes from this silo down to the silo on the bottom of the hill right there. So there'll be pipes connecting these 2 buildings together. So I could dump grain up here in the top silo with a truck or a tipper, and then I'll be able to take it out on the lower level with a tipper. Or if I'm down here on the lower level, I could dump grain in with a tipper there, and then up here on the top of the mountain I can load a train with it or a truck with it. So either way, so that they're going to be connected from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. But going down is not going to be an issue. I don't know. We'll see if this thing has the power to drive back up. Or if I made the road too narrow and it's going to get stuck. Alright, let's spin it around and see if it has enough power. I know it's empty. I don't have any boulders to put in it. But let's see if it even has the power to drive back up the hill. Oh yeah, like a champ. Ooh, she's a tight squeeze, but she'll make it up there. Alright, that'll do. So let's get back to our truck. Here we go. We'll do another quick loop around, and I'm going to get out of here for the night. But I am pleased with the progress so far of being only 7 days into the build. And then I'm going to put a collision here so you can't drive across the railroad bridges. So there'll be a collision there where you can't even get onto the bridge. And then I'm going to let me go down to this other road, where this other road comes up from the mountain. And I'll show you where the third train is. And I had this idea after the road system was in, so I'm going to change up the roads a little bit. So there's the road that's coming up from the valley. So I'm going to take this T section out. I'm going to put an X here where we can drive straight back. I'm going to do it on this side of the map and the other side of the map. So there'll be a road coming back here. So we got a little bit of road work to do yet. And I'm going to have another grain silo here with like another transfer station where you can transfer again here from train to train. So if you want to put your farm up here, again, you can transfer product up here from train to train and take it to Central Station. And then there's a train that runs around the outside of the map. And I'm going to cheat now. I'm going to drive across this bridge while I don't have the collisions in here, and hope the train doesn't hit us. Oh, there we go. Let's see if I can drive across this bridge. Oh, and the train's coming, of course. What track are you on? You're on the inside track. So that train that's going around now is the north. It's actually the south loop. So that'll loop around the south side of the map and go back to the Central Station. And then there's another train that runs around the perimeter of the map. And then we'll put a couple of silos along the track because it is a pretty big 16X. There's not a lot of wasted space on this map. So probably somewhere around the four corners of the map. So somewhere in here, we'll put another grain station and then another staging yard, like a placeable lot, where if you want to bring stuff out from Central Mountain out here to a factory, you can bring it out here by train. So this track is just a simple loop that runs around the perimeter of the map. And this is the edge of the map. I just don't have the map border done yet. So that is the edge of the map right there. Alright, here, wait for the auto save. I'll throw switch the trains on. So this is the train that's going to run, this is the one that runs the perimeter of the map. And I'm going to keep the train simple. You're going to have 2 liquid cars and then 4 cars to carry grains. And that's all the train is going to be, all 3 of them. I'm not going to make these really long, crazy trains. But this is the one that just runs around the perimeter of the map. This is, try and see where I'm at. I think I'm on the southern part of the map. Oh, we're heading towards, this is the northern, this is the north loop. That's not on the tracks yet, that's just a placeholder about where I want it. And I'm definitely going to speed these trains up. They're way too slow. We're going to go up, I'm going to bump them up to like 100 miles an hour. So I'm at top speed right here at 74. So this train will, there's one train, this is the north loop, it'll loop around the north end of the map, go to Central Station, and then loop back around the north end of the map. There's a train that goes from Central Station that loops around the southern end of the map. And then there's the third train that runs the perimeter of the map. So you should be able to transfer from train to train to train if you want to. On a 16x map, if I have the opportunity to carry 2 different liquids and 4 different bulk products, I'm going to use the train. Too slow for sure. Yeah, we're definitely going to bump it up to 100 miles an hour. But this long, narrow strip between the track and the road, I'm thinking about doing some really long, narrow fields. Because it's a good ways for this train to make one complete loop. And again, there'll be 4 spots that connect silos from the lower end to the upper end. My train signal crossings are not in yet because I don't have the rest of the roads in yet. But it takes a good bit to make one complete loop with the train. But I'm going to trying to get back to Central Mountains. It looks really impressive going over that big long train trestle. But yeah, we'll definitely bump this up to like 100 or 110 miles an hour, somewhere in there. I'm half tempted to change up the trains a little bit and make 4 trains. One an east loop, a north loop, a south loop, and a west loop. But plenty of room for fields, plenty of room for placeables, plenty of room for meadows and forests. Just driving around this map, it feels like it's 4 times bigger than the island's map. But this is a pretty impressive view heading back towards Central Mountain. But that's the progress so far. So I am going to get out of here for the night. Get over here. Throw my ending screen on, save my i3D and close it. But I want to thank everybody for stopping in, saying hello. PA, good night. Farm Chick, good night. Dixie, good night. Sassy One. Appreciate everybody taking time out of their day, stopping in, saying hello. And I will catch everybody. I don't think I'll stream tomorrow, so I'll probably be back on Monday.